1977, alive and kicking. What is up, my dude? There we go. All right. So tonight we test out the 18-degree edge. So I've got the Ozark Trail from Walmart, and I've got the Harbor Freight Gordon knife. And if you remember last time, this lasted an hour-ish, and this was 2.5 hours. So we're going to let a couple more people show up and go in on this. We're going to start here because this can wear out the fastest and move on to this. So hopefully we get 2 data points to confirm whether or not that edge is what made it hold up. Yeah, I just got home from work. It was one of our difficult days. So every time our ad for the week rotates, we have a long day of just going through and resetting every single cap at the end of each aisle. Blue Robot. Just for you, since you're the only one here. No, we got a couple watchers. I gotta tell you, I didn't expect those things to become so popular when I did this. I was just trying to be funny, like one good time. Yeah, I just went ahead and got started. I've got till about 9 o'clock tonight to play around. Christopher Baca, what's up, dude? But yeah, I figured I'd get it going a little bit early, get a couple people in here. I want to give myself time to run both of these through the ringer and see how long it takes the edges to wear out. That's the goal. Like, I can stay until I think about 9 o'clock, and then I've got to go crash so I can go to work tomorrow. I just got kind of lucky that I had a mid tomorrow instead of having to open again. Jason Beecher, what is up, dude? So in a few minutes here, we get a couple more people in. We're going to get started on the 18-degree test. We're going to see if profiling these edges to 18 degrees adds time to how long they're going to work. And yeah, Christopher Baca, I'm definitely glad you're watching. I couldn't get away with doing that at work myself. My job is very, very hands-on, and I power walk something like 5, maybe 7 miles a day. Sir, you are quite welcome for the farting. Let's see. So we'll get some papers. We'll show you where the edge is at before we start. And this is far sharper than a $5 Ozark Trail knife has any right to be. Come on, cooperate. Gotcha. Yeah, I just sit in my truck and dissociate over lunch. And like, I can't sit there and stare at a YouTube video long enough. So I just sit and stare at almost nothing for like an hour. Yeah, like this edge is clean. And like, it is nice and mirrory. Knockoff Knives, what is up, dude? So like I was telling everybody else, we're going to go in and see if that 18-degree profile made a difference the other night. 18 degrees on the Walmart knife and 18 degrees on the Harbor Freight Gordon knife. And so I'm curious to see what this does. Like, we know this lasted about an hour last time, so if we go longer than an hour by a significant amount, we got a data point. And then we should have enough time to go in on this one and see if it lasts longer than 2.5, if I can stay awake that long. But let's get our first piece of cardboard out. We got a few people here now. And don't worry, the next live stream we're doing the 20-sided die picking something. Oh my god, that cut is so nice. Sweet baby Jesus. All right, sensible portion veggie straws. Time for you to pay for your sins. Prediction is an extra 30. I would make a guess. I really would, but I don't know what to guess here. I just don't. But breakfast. Like, either you woke up late or you're on the other side of the world, dog. Yeah, I'm gonna guess it's gonna be the same hour. Because again, like I can't tell whether it was the steel or the edge that did so much on that Schrade last time. And yeah, if you didn't see the post yesterday while I was leaving work, I dropped by the UPS store to try to mail off the 3 giveaway packages. UPS store wanted $70. 70 American dollars. And 70 American dollars to send 3 packages that are yay big by yay big. They weigh next to nothing. So either me or the much better half are going to have to drop by the post office and, yeah, $70. And they're not leaving the country. They're all in the country. Like, it's not like I'm sending them through customs or anything else. It's just within the country. I am not trusting padded envelopes to stuff that I'm sending out that I don't have the money to pay for to send out a second time if something happens. They are in boxes. They are taped up to hell and back. Like, I want to make sure, as long as the post office or someone doesn't lose them, that they arrive in the condition I sent them out in. Oh, man. I hate the bad days. My day would have been bad if I hadn't just said, you know what, fuck it, whatever happens, happens. But I've also been trying something new out, and along with the Seroquel, so I can sleep more than a couple hours a night, I'm also dosing up on anxiety meds then, so that I'm still enjoying the benefits in the morning, but I'm not, you know, pretty much a brain-dead zombie all day, because those things do make you tired. Which is an unfortunate side effect, but anything that winds up being a stimulant taxes my system way too hard, and I come home and pay for it. So we're gonna say we started this at about 350. So at about 450, we're gonna test this thing out and see how the edge held up. I mean, yeah, if that golden spike did cost, you know, about $100 back in the 90s, you know, I'd almost expect to be there. Expect there to be some kind of like for the time premium steel on it. But I just don't know enough about that thing. I really don't. I tell you what, though, these cuts at 18 degrees feel so good. This thing is just zipping through the cardboard. All right, knock off. I will see you in a little while then. But yeah, like, my day was so hectic. Like, when we do the ad reset, you know, to fill an end cap up properly, you know, I might go through just for one shelf anywhere from like 6 to 10 cases of something. So it's lots and lots of cardboard boxes that I could have grabbed. Today was so hectic I couldn't even stop and grab those. Like, I grabbed a few small stacks, and then I had to explain to my manager what I was doing with them on the way out the door, which I think he may have been a little more confused than when he started. And I got a text from a random number I don't know saying we should get coffee, and I have no idea who that is, but I got a feeling it might be a scam. So that's how little I have going on, where, you know, that is an important thing for the day. Okay, yeah, this is interesting because I'm used to more resistance on these cuts. So, like, occasionally it just slides right out and hits the table and scares the hell out of me every single time. And I just now remembered there's new music I need to check out at some point today, which is, again, I started checking it out at lunch, and I'm sitting in the truck doing nothing, and I still couldn't focus for that long. I don't know why my brain do that. Now we wait on the rest of the gang to show up. We need a Fook, Punisher. Maxilla usually pops up by now. Guys, I'm trying to think of interesting stuff to talk about while I'm doing this, and I'm so tired that I'm drawing a complete blank. God almighty, this edge feels good. I need the chat to get active. Ah, that last cut's scary. Come on. You can't tell me this thing's already dulling out a little bit. It's been, what, 9 minutes? I suspect the viewer count's going to stay pretty low until some of my guys show up. Swave. So we've got the Ozark Trail knife back out again, and then we got the Harbor Freight Gordon knife. These are both sharpened to 18 degrees, just like the Golden Spike was, and I'm just looking to see if that 18 degree profile adds more time to the edge wear. You know, last time we did the Ozark Trail, it lasted an hour before it went, you know, dull. So hopefully, if I can take the abuse, we're going to be able to finish this off and then go on to the Harbor Freight and see if we can get 2 data points. That's the goal. And of course, right now we're in the embryonic stages of the stream, so chat's a little bit dead. Yeah, it says we're down to like 2 watching. I think Knockoff guessed an hour and a half on this. I'm kind of guessing an hour, just like last time, just because I don't know whether it was the edge or the steel that did all the work on that golden spike on the last live stream. But if you're just dropping by, pop in the chat and say hey. I appreciate it, man. I know you got to go to work, and that is definitely more important. And that being said, I think, what is it? June 5th, I start my week off of work for Blade Show. So I can actually go to all 3 days this year. And with the small chunk of change I had to drop for anything, I think I'm going to have about $150 to work with. There's going to be 2 days where I'm just walking around looking at shit. Hey, look at that. It's a knife. For like 2 days. Anybody hanging out watching got anything interesting? Now we're back down to 2. I know I got guys listening while they do stuff. And it is pretty early in the day. It's 4 o'clock where I'm at right now. Yeah, the edge crush test on this is 32 pounds. We're going to get into some harder to cut stuff soon. They're down to 1 watching. Good God. I think this is the slowest ever start to a live stream I've had. Where's my squad at? Gotcha, yeah. And I would have liked to have done this a bit later in the week. Potentially, you know, potentially like Friday or something like that, but schedule does not allow. Contra 009. Yeah, I was just, this is when my schedule could let me do this. Like, I'm off on Friday, but I got places I'm supposed to be that I haven't been going for a while, and I'm starting to pay for it. So I got to go do the thing. That being said, next week, I believe, no, my schedule is all over the damn place. It's like going from closing, open, close, open. Like, I'm going to be an absolute wreck by the end of next week. Like, I need my vacation to get here. I need my damn time off. I value sitting and doing absolutely nothing too highly to not take time off. I thought this would be a little harder to kill, but did I cut up the edge crush test rating? I don't think this has one. No, there's no edge crush test on this one. Or wait, 32 pound. 32 pound cardboard. I am gonna take a couple days to decompress. I'm gonna go to Blade Show. I got tickets for all 3 days. And then that's gonna be 3 days of being overstimulated to hell and back. And then I'm gonna stay at home for a couple of days and recover. Like the last 2 years, I didn't think far enough ahead to take time off. I'm not used to having vacation time to take off, and I got a bunch left that I've got to burn by the end of the year, and I'm not sure on what or when, but I need to figure it out. You know, I was planning on like I was expecting to potentially get promoted and move to a different store and then figure out when I could burn off there instead of having to be a surprise to, you know, whoever I'm working with. But I may just be stuck at the same store again for another few months. Blade Show, whatever I bring back is probably going to be no great shakes. I think I'm going to have maybe $150 to work with for the whole 3 days. So I'm expecting maybe 3 decent knives. Depends on what I find. I'm going to drop by the Devo table and see if there might be another prototype I can buy. That's one thing I'm going to be looking for, is a prototype of something. It's like that prototype Growler V2. That was the best thing I walked away from Blade Show with. And I love me a good prototype. Yeah, that's the problem is, you know, I've got to be real picky. And I'm just going to be checking tables for prototypes and asking about them, see if there's anything floating around. Like the prototype Growler V2. I think I got that for $75, which, you know, the production run and the materials that I got. The production run, like, the prototype is D2. So the one I have is in D2. The production run, I believe, was 154 cm, or it might have been 14C. I'm not sure. I'd have to go online and look it up to tell you for sure. But you know, those, I think the colorway that I had, the white micarta, was at $100 even when they dropped. I wanted to get one with aluminum scales when they dropped, and I thought I'd have money for it, but I didn't. And those things sold out so damn fast. When I did have money, they were all gone. which there's been a few of those. Like I want to get on it, and they're gone before I got money for it. You know, there was one I was taking a look at. I think it was Work Knife Balances design, the Sage Rango. Very cool looking knife, but that did wind up being way too expensive, and the Kickstarter on his didn't pan out, so I think that didn't go anywhere. You know, I still don't have well, I've got a Spyderco. I take that back. I do have a Spyderco. I've got that Tenacious, which is not a bad knife at all. That being said, if I'm going to buy a Spyderco, I'd rather save up for one of the nicer ones and get to enjoy that. But once Blade Show is over, the method that I use to save up for it is just a savings account. Every time you spend a couple bucks off the checking account, it dumps a few cents in there, which is what I've had going for months now, which is the only reason I've got any money to spend at Blade Show. But that'll start building up for something, which I may have to wait it out for a long time and figure out how to drop a few extra bucks in there every week. Just try to save up for my damn Cold Steel Mayhem, because that's how I saved up for the Frenzy. Catch the Mayhem when it's on sale, because I mean, it's been dropping down to like $150. Yeah, I don't have any one thing I've carried for. I've got knives I've had since like 1998. I've got that Schrade Timer Beast. Seen a lot of carry time, just not a lot of carry time recently. Somehow it survived. I think after we got that 3 or 4 emergency, I made a bad decision being around these people moves. You know, go find a place to crash for a while, and then shit hits the fan, and of course you wind up having to leave, even if you did nothing wrong. It survived a bunch of those. It survived the move from 1, 2, 3, 4 different residences with my ex-wife. 1 more residence after I took the kids and left. And then the move to here. I don't have a lot of things left that survived all that, but that thing did. Which I'm happy to have it. If that wouldn't have made it, it'd be like a couple of knives I had that some of them I don't know what happened to them. I don't know if I broke them or lost them or what. But, you know, upwards of 30 years later, I still wonder about those things. And then I've got one that I broke off at the choil because I was doing something stupid with it. I'm like, I still miss that knife. I want it back, bro. And I think it was like a gas station grade knife. It was like a little lockback knife that had a straight razor style blade. It was like a straight razor style with a curve to it. And at that point, I was definitely a hard user. You know, but between being in a the story behind it. So how I acquired that, I was riding with a friend of mine, and I don't remember if it was the same day, but we did at one point go out, and he was walking to Home Depot and walk out with like a brand new impact wrench in a box that he just stuffed in his pants and walked out with, so he could take him to a pawn shop and get a few bucks off him. And I think it was one of those trips. He comes out to the car, and he's got one of those Schrade Beasts for himself. I'm like, holy shit, I need one of those. Can you go get me one? He's like, yeah, sure. And he wanders in there and wanders back out with one, because I wasn't really brave enough to start shoplifting, because had bad luck trying stuff like that in the past. And I wasn't really ready to accept the consequences like an adult. But less than a day later, I was in a completely different city, using it to process an entire pound of hippie lettuce. Me with Knives, what is up? So we're going in with the Ozark Trail and the Harbor Freight Gordon knife sharpened at 18 degrees to see if that helps edge retention any. I'm guessing not. I think Knockoff Knives guessed about an extra half hour on this. Yeah, like I said, I mean, that thing somehow survived like that whole ass damn lifestyle. It's like when I got that thing, I was basically, I gotta be high 24/7 or I'm not okay. And I didn't have the money to support it, so I had to put myself around people that lived like that and just kind of mooch. And if you've ever done that before, you know there's a whole lot of shit hit the fan I have to leave now situations. And I shed so many of my personal belongings through that process. You know, I want the old 486 laptop that was there that had all of my edited versions of Wolfenstein 3D. Some of those had a lot of time dumped into them. You know, there's a lot of stuff that I 100% wish I could have back that, you know, it's gone to the ether. It'll never be seen again. One of those places, they threatened my safety and implied the involvement of firearms over like $10 worth of gas in my car. Because like we were riding around in a group dropping off job applications at different places trying to get everybody working. And I was getting ready to leave, and they made some serious threats over the $10 worth of gas they put in the car. So, not wanting to find out whether or not those threats were serious, because that didn't seem prudent, I just waited till I had an escape, but I left most of my stuff at that place when I left and never came back. And I saw one of the guys from that place walking down the side of the road wearing my insulated coveralls. And at that point, I was not in the same place or in that same bind. And I had a 1969 Dodge van. And I damn near ran that thing up the curb to run over him. Like I felt myself start pulling the wheel, and I was like, wait a second, this ain't the answer. So I straightened back up, and he had no idea who had just driven past him. Or the danger he was just in. God almighty, my sinuses started blown out. Oh, that's bloody. Nice. That's why my sinuses are full of blood. The cardboard dust should help cloud it up. Yeah, I wish I had the kind of memory where I could like recollect and document everything that happened. Because it has been a very, very fucking interesting life. So, this is an Ozark Trail from Walmart, and I ground a new edge on this at 18 degrees because the last live stream we used a knife that I sharpened to 18 degrees, put a whole new edge on it, and the knife lasted a lot longer than we thought it was going to last, so I'm testing this out to find out if that edge did it or the steel on the knife did it, because the steel on that knife shouldn't be anything too crazy. It's a Schrade from 1995 or earlier, I think 1994, or no, between 1990, 1990 something and 2004. So steel at that point wasn't super great. And we've already done Cardboard Slayer with this knife, and it lasted pretty much an hour before the edge completely wore out. So we're looking to see if it lasts longer than an hour this time. Which it's been about 30 minutes now. I will say, having sharpening equipment and stuff to do stuff like grind a whole new edge on a knife is so fantastic. And yeah, like, if you catch it, I think the last 2 years now, Walmart's had these Axis lock knives for $5. And so it's a $5 knife. And it's surprisingly well put together for $5, but this one had some pretty bad issues from the factory, which everybody that bought one had. So I spent at least a couple of hours on a $5 knife, taking it apart and grinding it out and getting it shaped up to where it worked like it was supposed to. And then I spent, I think, the better part of 45 minutes putting this new edge on there. So it's seen way too much work for a $5 knife. I've got some Kershaws. I'm a bit lukewarm to them, but I haven't bought any of the yikes, that was scary. I haven't bought any of the nicer Kershaws. Like, the ones I have are like the super low end $20 or less knives, which actually in the box, Fook, your mom authorized this. So if you have Maxilla, if you haven't been here for the regular live streams, we got a box full of stuff, and I'll pick 4 of them out and roll a 20-sided die, and that'll pick which knife we run. And I have got a Kershaw, I believe this one's the filter, in there waiting to go. So there is a Kershaw in here just to see how well it do. And all we're doing is checking out the edge steel on these. But yeah, you guys just came in. This has an 18-degree edge on it now, and we're seeing if it extends the amount of time that it cuts. When this wears out, we're switching over to the Harbor Freight Gordon knife. So we're doubling the cost of knives whenever we switch out. Like, we've done a bunch of different stuff. I think the longest lasting we've done is a 9CR18 and D2. And physically, I couldn't do this long enough to really wear those edges out properly. I couldn't do it. I tried, but the steel beat me. Come on. Do my bidding. There you go. I will say, just like that Golden Spike, I love how this 18-degree edge cuts so much. You know, at this point, I'm starting to be like, you know what? I don't want a factory edge on anything, ever, at all. Fook, I'm right there with you, dude. I just wrote out like so either you're closing on Monday night or you're opening on Tuesday morning. Those are the 2 roughest shifts of the week. You know, Monday night we get, looks like last night they had an easier night than I get, because every time I get a truck in on Monday night. So we have what's called chart pallets, and those are nothing but stuff that's going on sale for the week. You don't have to mess with those. However, the regular truck pallets, the stuff that we need to throw on the shelf, the regular stuff, is just kind of mixed in with stuff that's going on sale. And you might have like 3 layers of cans that you need to get out to put on the shelf at the very bottom under nothing but ad shit. And you got to pull all that apart to get that stuff out of that bottom layer so it can be worked. And the last week, I had to pick apart 13 pallets to get the stuff we needed to put on the shelf. 13. So you either get that, or you spend your whole morning setting up the displays at the ends of the aisles, stuff like that, which that is a rush. I mean, a big rush to get it done. Very, very demanding. Very, very exhausting. Beverly, thank you so much. All right, well, I will see you in a bit, Fook. We're going to be here for a while. Barring the unexpected, we're going to be here for a while. It is too hot outside here to think about going in the yard. Fuck all that. Like, my front yard needs to be cut, and the days I've had off, it has rained. And those are also days where I have not done anything but sleep. And believe me, my next day off, I am going to sleep all damn day long. And if I wasn't so interested in testing this out and getting a live stream in this week, I would have just gone right to sleep when I got home from work. And we got about 20 minutes, give or take, before we stop and take a look at the edge. I will say, so far, it's still cutting really well. So, yeah, it might have damn well been that 18-degree edge. You know, I've read a lot online about just how much edge geometry impacts stuff like this, like edge retention, all that. Like, it's a big deal, but I haven't had my hands on it and seen it myself with, you know, with my own eyes doing it myself. So it's, you know, been kind of mystifying. And real quick, I think I'm going to pick the Ninja out. I'm going to pick the Ninja. Let's see if we can get the song out of him. Come on. Come on. Again, I wish I had a way to track whoever, like, who dropped in, saw that, and just dipped. Like, nope, I'm out. All right, 40-pound crush test box. Let's go. Honey Nut Cheerios. You're about to pay for your crimes against humanity. Yeah, this stuff is difficult to cut. Yikes. Josh, what is up, dude? So, like everybody that comes in, we're testing out the 18-degree edge angle to see whether or not it extends the, whether it stretches out the edge retention. So we got the Ozark Trail knife that lasted about an hour last time. And we got the Harbor Freight Gordon knife that was around 2.5 hours. So we're about 20 minutes away from checking this one. It's been 20 minutes will be about an hour on this thing. I gotta say, it feels like it's doing better already. God, it's terrifying when it does that. It's always the last cut on a strip of cardboard, too. I'm probably going to have to cut this on the diagonal instead of straight down. Yeah, that's better. But Josh, what have you been getting into today, man? But as a follow-up to the previous interesting life discussion, something I was reminded of at work, which it pops up every so often. It seems like the radio that they run at work, you know, you go into the store, you hear music playing, which, of course, there's been too many times where I'm like, I think I still have that CD. Oh shit, I'm old. They'll run Alanis Morissette, like that'll show up and then vanish after a while, show up again later. And way back when it was new, jagged little pill CD. And if you were around at that point in time, just about every single song on that fucking album was on the radio, pretty much nonstop. Which, it was good. Like, not my normal fare, but it was good. So, once in a while, I'd enjoy it and then put it up. But I had a friend of mine crashing at my place for a while. And dude became obsessed with that fucking CD. Like every time I turned around, it was on my stereo at full volume. I'm like, dude, no, stop. This has been every single day for the last 3 weeks. It's my again. And it got to a point where I got a migraine every time. So I traded the CD for a snake. And the guy I traded it to was like, this is back when I was 16, so all of us were like 14, 15, 16. The guy I traded it to, his mom got pissed off that he did that. So I had to trade him back, which, all right. But I knew what was going to happen. So I grabbed a knife, and I mean, I just scraped it down the CD, cut it up as bad as I could. And I put it back in the CD book and let my buddy find it. And dude tried to fight me over destroying the CD. Like, he got in my face and tried to fight me over destroying my damn CD. I miss that guy. But I mean, it was like I didn't think about it for the longest time, and then I look back at it when I was an adult, and I'm like, that was a fucking weird series of incidents. Like, that was just weird all the way around. Yeah, once you get up into the 40-pound edge crush test, it starts getting difficult to cut. Come on. No. Jesus. That was a difficult cut. Which, if you're breaking down cardboard, like, you know, you'll hit pieces where, like, pushing straight down is a real pain in the ass. So you just cock it sideways a little bit. Blazes through it a hell of a lot easier. Always that last one. I do need to go back and check out the aftermath video on this and see exactly what happened, because it's been so long I've kind of forgotten most of the pertinent details. Outside of that, it lasted a bit longer, or it lasted an hour, and we couldn't figure out exactly what the steel is. I know we were thinking 420 J2 was the best guess we had. Like, I do wish they'd identify the steel on it rather than just saying stainless or whatever it is. And at the rate we're going, I'm beginning to think that maybe that 18-degree edge is what did the work there. Because this thing is still cutting really damn nice. 18-degree all the things. Yeah, if you're just hanging out lurking, pop in and say, hey, let's get the chat going again. I mean, half the reason I'm doing this is to hang out with you guys. Yeah. Yeah, and I've kind of gotten to thinking too, like, you know, a lot of people just coming in, you know, like their first live stream here, they'll ask me what my favorite knife brand is. I think I'm hitting the point where it's just Cold Steel. You know, I've got friends that swear by Gerber, friends that swear by Kershaw. Well, some of these cuts, like when the cardboard isn't supported, like these cuts through here, the cardboard will be supported on both sides. And then you get down to this little bit right here and there's no support. The only support you have is a strip like this wide. And that's when it'll fold up on you. It's just when the cardboard no longer has support, that's when it goes down. Because yeah, those cuts scare the hell out of me when they do that. And I would just skip that, but I need to get mileage out of this cardboard. You know, I'm getting it for free, but it's not like I have an infinite supply. And if a live stream goes significantly longer than expected, then I gotta have material. I glued my balls to my butthole again. What did I do? So if you're looking for some entertainment, there's a channel on YouTube called Obscurest Vinyl, and they make these songs that are just batshit insane, but they're using AI to make them sound really vintage. And like one of them just dropped. It's called "You Look Like You Could Use a Fucking Lamp," and it might just be me, but it is one of the funniest things I've seen in the longest damn time. We got 5 people watching, yes sir. Well, we got 4 watching. One of those sets of eyes is the alt account that I'm reading the comments on while they happen. It was like a while back I was wondering what the hell happened to, you know, proper novelty music. You know, like, we've always had Weird Al, but like you go back a little bit further in time in like the late 80s, early 1990s. Well, I think from up until just there's a wide history. Up until what, like the 90s, give or take. You know, you had stuff like you had Disco Duck, you know, Rick Dees and his Gang of Idiots, or whatever the hell it's called. You know, you had like Pac-Man Fever, you had Ray Stevens, you had like Alan Sherman. That's really fucking old. You know, and it just kind of disappeared. And it looks like it's starting to make a comeback, which is interesting. Like I was walking through work and fucking a Ray Stevens quote hit me. Like, at the time, it was absolutely hilarious. I bet now I watch it, I'm just like, eh, okay. Not that funny. But like, if you know Ray Stevens, it's probably time for Advil and a nap. And you probably hurt your back waking up funny. Yeah, this thing is still cutting pretty nice. Like, I'm really interested to see what it does on the paper. If I remember, getting into that hour, the cuts on the cardboard were starting to get really ragged, and the cardboard was starting to roll up along the edge of the cut. I think. You know, it'd be real damn nice if my memory worked a lot better than it does. Welcome to everybody that just got here. Alright, sensible portions, you're going down, bitch. Yeah, like, you know, I kind of wish I would have been there when Dr. Demento was a real big thing. That would have been fun. Because, like, it's one of those things where no, this is the $5 Ozark Trail knife from Walmart. What we're doing here is we're testing the grind on the edge that I put on. The last knife I did, I reprofiled it to 18 degrees before I started. And I don't know whether or not that 18 degrees is what made it last so long or the steel, so we're finding out today. Yeah, I never got the chance to really do something like that. Like, I definitely, like, rewrote the lyrics to a bunch of songs, Weird Al style. You know, I think I had a few really good ones, but, you know, lack of musical talent, lack of friends that were interested in doing something like that meant it all stayed in my head and did nothing. It contributed nothing to society. What are you hung up on, you son of a dick? Fuck it. Then again, I think we're seeing our edge wear. I could be wrong though. Yeah, like if you're doing stuff with knives, it really helps to have sharpening equipment that you know how to use. And thankfully, like fixed angle sharpeners, Work Sharp brought one out that made it affordable. Like a nice fixed angle sharpener will run you like $700, if not more. Which you can go even sharper with those, and it's a lot faster and easier. But holy hell at the quality of the edge you can get off of this thing. That was another little bit of novelty that was all electronic. If you've never seen it before, there's a guy called Bruce Hack, H-A-A-C-K. That guy has done some truly bizarre stuff. Like back in the 50s, he was building his own synthesizers. These jank-ass rigs with like 9-volt batteries and stuff like that. And doing like just straight-up electronic music back in the 1950s. Knockoff, what's up? I am currently reminiscing about old novelty music from back in the day. Kind of throwing feelers out there to see who else is old enough to remember Ray Stevens. Punisher, what's up, dude? Yeah, so we're testing the 18-degree edge angle, or edge profile. See how it's holding up. And right now we're doing the Ozark Trail knife because that wore out the fastest, and that's going to be the easiest data point to harvest. So far, this feels like it's a... Aha! Me with knives, you're old. We're about an hour in, and it's still cutting like really nice. So I'm thinking that 18-degree edge on the Golden Spike may have been what did the work. All right, so we're going to call this an hour, and let's see how she cuts. Okay. So there is some edge wear. Like a little bit more than we've gotten on like HCR13 by this point. But that is significantly better than it was last time. Nope, what's up? I don't know if that was Ray Stevens or not. This is the $5 Ozark Trail Axis Lock knife, and if you're just getting here, the last live stream I did was with a Schrade Golden Spike, and the knife went 4 hours with ease, but I put a new edge on there. I reground the whole thing down to 18 degrees, so this has been ground down to that same 18 degrees to see if the 18 degrees did all the work, or if it was the steel on that knife, because it shouldn't have been the steel. That knife was made between like 1995 and 2004, something like that, with, you know, Schrade steel, which should have been in the 420, 440 area. Should have. They don't identify what the steel is on that knife, and the information's not there. I've tried to look it up and done some research. So the only thing I can do is test the edge out and see how it does. And this Ozark trail knife is pretty much the softest steel we had, unless you count that crappy Swiss Army knife knockoff. There's definitely some edge wear there, but you know, it's nowhere near as bad as it was last time. No, not at all. Okay, so we're going to keep going on this. Yeah, that's the thing, is like I've gone and looked at their Ozark Trail stuff and like everything is tipped down. So I'm just like, all right, nope, never mind. Yeah, like it's still holding on. Punisher, you want Grim Reaper, Frankenstein, the Mummy, or the Knight? All right, the Knight it is in just a second. Sorry, I'm still like really trying to suss the edge out, because like your memory might be better than mine, but I remember at the 1 hour mark this thing was like tearing the paper and not cutting it worth of crap. Oh god, yeah, that's one that I totally forgot. Like, there she blows. Yeah, Tarzan, Tarzan. Well, like I was walking through work and like it just hit me. It's like, it's me again, Margaret. Like, where the fuck did that come from? And of course, she had the streak. Yeah, maybe next time I'm at Walmart, I'll go check again, because they may have added that to the rotation. It's been a while since I've been to Walmart. Like, I almost need somebody to go on to like the iTunes store or something like that and see if Ray Stevens is there. Like, is it even available for purchase at this point? I am on Android all the way around, so one thing that sucks is like there's a lot of music out there that I'd love to buy legitimately. However, Android does not have a marketplace for such things. No, there isn't. Like, I went to look. No, like, so once upon a time, there was like a Google Play Music or something like that. And that's where I went and bought the Ziltoid the Omniscient album, Devin Townsend. So I'd listen to that every so often, just run the whole album through. That's one of those handful of albums that I can run straight through the whole way and not be bothered. And you kind of have to run that one straight through, or you're really missing the point. But, you know, I went to buy it again or re-download it after I switched phones, and that service no longer existed. So I wound up having to just go to a YouTube to MP3 converter and just rip the audio from YouTube, which I didn't want to do, but that's how I live. Yeah, we'll check this at about the we'll check this in about 30 minutes here and see how it is. And I'm assuming the blade has a stonewash finish on it. That's what it looks like, because it's really not showing the scratches on the steel that you'll see on CR series steels. At least the 8CR and below, you get a lot of hazy scratches on these things from the cardboard. And I need to go upstairs and get the pizza box soon. Which is the last pizza box I have right now. I will say, those little Caesars boxes are not fun to cut up. I mean, it seems like a MagnaCut would be a step up from S35VN, wouldn't it? Or is that just a hype steel for the sake of being hype? Yeah, thankfully I'm not in a position where I'm necessarily super worried about getting like super steels, M390, MagnaCut, all that stuff. That's not where I'm at. Like I said, at Blade Show, I'm going to be looking for a prototype of something. Like, at one point, not that long ago, I was just like, ooh, I need something in MagnaCut, or I need something in M390, or something like that. But, you know, from what I'm learning, especially off of these live streams here, is anything that I carry, like even 3CR, is going to get me where I want to go for a while. Which, if I would have thought of it, I would have gotten some 3CR and done that too, but I think we've already gotten our first data point here. The fact that this is still cutting this good. So what kind of prototype? I don't know. Like, just a prototype something. Last year at Blade Show, I got a Devo Knives prototype, the Growler V2. And I got that months before they released. And I did not know I had that. I thought I had a V1 Growler prototype. So, I had that for a while and got like a first look at it. I gotta say, like mine was in D2 as opposed to either 14C or something like that on the production run, but that's still one of the, hands down, one of the best EDC knives I've gotten my hands on. Like, I love that Growler V2. Like the Growler V2 and the Benchmade Bug Out, my CF Elite, kind of set the gold standard for what I'm looking for in a normal sized EDC. You know, Cold Steel is kind of the gold standard for pocket swords and, you know, just ridiculous knives. Of course, I got my pocket cleavers. But, like, for a normal sized, everyday carry, like normal people carry, the Growler V2 and the Benchmade Bug Out are kind of the gold standard. And that's kind of what I'm looking for out of, you know, regular size, normal, regular EDC knives. Yeah, like my Frenzy, that's fun to carry. The big Luzon, that's fun. Of course, Sheepdog XL is fun. You know, I was hoping to maybe pick up a Mayhem while I was at Blade Show this year if I could find one on sale. But I don't think that's happening. You do want a Sheepdog XL. That being said, you might want to put a new edge on it. At least mine, the factory edge is okay, but not great. But I'm trying to remember. I don't think I have any other Kaisers to compare it to, but like, it's a decent. It's a decent edge. Yeah, I remember you mentioning that you got blasted for the name Knockoff Knives at one point. That being said, that's kind of a risky channel name to go with. If you are going to be hanging out with guys that are like serious knife guys. Like, I get it, you're not running a channel based on clones and knockoffs. But still, walking, you know, rolling into a room like that with that name is definitely a brave choice. Yeah, like, I mean, why would someone give you crap for the Punisher too? Like, that's a pretty bog standard, somewhat generic channel name. At the risk of sounding offensive, but that's pretty bog standard. Like, you know, you could have gone with Poon Slayer 4206969. Let's see, a new channel name. So let's try to think of a new channel name for Knockoff here. Cinnamon Toast Crunch, your sins are far too grave to allow you to live. While I'm not going to expose my PSN username here, just to avoid creating headaches I don't want, it is one of the least mature things in the world, and I picked it after I got divorced and I bought a PS3 and they made me. And I was like, I'm never going to game online with anybody. Why do I care? And then I wound up gaming online like all the damn time for years. So Knockoff Knives needs something. The word budget would probably be good to throw in there. I wonder if you could go with a knife economy. I am sure there is already a channel called Budget Blades. There has to be. That is too easy. Ooh, I like second tier knives. Second tier knives is a good one. That is good. Yeah, knockoffs knives is still going to look a little bit weird walking into a room. Especially when people don't know that he is not supporting clones or anything like that. KO Knives isn't that bad either. That may already be taken, but that's not bad. So my favorites so far are second tier knives and KO knives, but I love second tier. That is a good one. Sounds like Knockoff picked a winner. Let's see who won. No. Something that could be fun, especially if you're just going to do a little bit of trolling, is a Collider channel, Totally Not Clones, and just have fun watching people react to that. That could be entertaining. Anything with the word predator in it's going to have really bad optics right now. Just going to throw that out there. But yeah, I think Totally Not Clones would be fun for a little bit of light trolling. We're going with Budget Blades. Yeah, okay. That is a lot better than Knockoff. That does make a much more positive statement. I am amazed that it wasn't taken. I am amazed. Like, if Knives, I guess, wasn't such a damn good channel name, I probably would have gone with something like that. But it's kind of like having a really good, funny PSN username. Dropping into stream with Knives, I guess, is a lot of fun watching the guy doing the stream to react to when he sees it. Wow. How the hell was that not taken? You know, I thought up a movie about a guy that goes overseas to save his daughter from some Middle Eastern guys that sold her into sex slavery, but that was taken. And then I thought about a sequel where his daughter goes to save him instead, but that was taken too. Yeah, I mean, hang on to your current name. Well, if you're gonna do YouTube content, just start a second channel. You know, I've got 2 channels, and all I got to do is hit the icon for my channel, and it just comes up, says switch channel, and I go to my other channel. Like my other channel, the one that I'm reading the comments on, is the primary that I watch most of my stuff on, and then the Knives, I guess, is my secondary channel for doing streams. And like, I was watching a ton of knife content on this channel, but when you start doing this and giving it any serious effort, it gets real hard to watch other knife videos for any length of time. Like, it gets real hard. You know, which is why we don't see like yes, you can. When you click on the thing, like, you should be able to click on your icon and your channel name will come up, and then down below it there's a plus that you can just start a second account with. Same Gmail account. As a matter of fact, the Gmail account in my description is totally unrelated to the account that my channels are set up on. No. I've got both my channels on the same Gmail account, and I could set up a third if I wanted to. I don't have any idea what the hell I'd do with a third channel. Yeah, I'm not sure what purpose a vestigial third channel would serve. I mean, the thing is, if you're going to do content, you kind of have to figure out what you can do and that you know you can stick with for a while. You know, like, I figured I was going to stick with this for, give or take a year and see what happened. And like I was kind of hoping by now I'd like more consistently have, makers, companies send me stuff to check out. That being said, I've gotten like a collaboration invite. Someone sent me an email, but I don't know who it is. And going online and looking, it's like some kind of information technology deal. And yes, I remember Google Plus. I tried that out when it came out. I made sure to find someone to send me an invitation for it, and then nothing happened. I still sometimes make jokes about Google Plus. Yeah, I said I started this one knowing that knife content that I can make without dumping shit tons of time and effort into it was the direction I wanted to go. So I think all in I've spent maybe $65 on my whole filming setup. Something around there. And if we hit like 5, 6, 7, 8,000 subscribers, I'll start taking a look at getting some like an editing system set up, which that may be saving up pennies to buy like an iPhone and a MacBook, so I can just record on the iPhone and then move it to the MacBook and do my editing there and upload that. Because of course I'd love to have like some I'd love to have like some good edits and some background music and stuff like that. But that's setting that up would cost money and time. And I'm not going to throw the time in it unless there's a reason. I mean, I guess the name was up for grabs as soon as Budget Blades bounced off it. I still really like second tier knives. I really do. That was a real good one. I'm not even sure who it was that stole knockoff knives as soon as he bounced off it. So it's like, hi, I'm a new person. Forget who I was. This is the French Foreign Legion. Okay, there we are. My attention span is short and my memory is incredibly unreliable. The only thing that I would have is the consistency of the right name showing up in my chat would drive me fucking insane. Like, I'm that guy where things have to be very consistent and reliable in some departments and not in others. That's just like if I have notifications on my phone, I absolutely have to clear them as soon as I possibly can. Which is part of why comments get the replies they do as quickly as I usually do. I have to get that notification off my phone. Like at some point, if things keep growing the way they are, you know, I'll hit a point where I can't respond to every single comment, which is going to be a bit of a bummer. But you know, if you're running a channel and it grows enough that you're just going to reach that point regardless. You guys, this thing is still going. I damn well know we didn't have this after an hour and a half the last time we ran this thing. I know we didn't. Well, where the hell did it go? There it is. So, it's interesting is one of my kids was diagnosed with autism. You know, it's not severe. Like they reached early adulthood before receiving that diagnosis. So like, it's not a severe case or anything like that. But when they were telling me the symptoms that got them that diagnosis, they'd list something off, then they'd list something else off, then they'd list something else. All the things that fed into that diagnosis. I'm like, would you please, for the love of shit, quit telling me my problems? Like, the things that got them their diagnosis are the exact same shit that I've had to learn how to work around and work with for my entire adult life. So, there is a more than slight chance that I'm just somewhat autistic and not diagnosed, which makes perfect fucking sense. I don't see a reason to go pick up a diagnosis. Okay, you guys, I think this is our answer here. Is the edge geometry on these just wasn't right for what we were doing. Because, yeah, this thing shouldn't be doing what it's doing right now. I'm still waiting on Dad to come back with his milk-flavored cigarettes. Midnight, what is up, dude? So yeah, it's like, you know, the thing is like I've reached 43 years old. Like I don't see a reason to go pick up a diagnosis. Like there's nothing to be accomplished there. You know, I've already found all the workarounds I need. You know, I've got enough of life figured out that it's not like I really have to. Like, I have no need for that. Yeah, that is exactly it, Punisher. Like, exactly. You know, awkward, didn't fit in, hard time making friends, all the things. You didn't go a meal team 6? Oh, I thought we were going to get 10 straight minutes if I found a name that is better. However, it may have timed you out for doing that too fast. Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. Like, I've seen guys, especially old guys, like, well, there weren't as many autistic people back in the day. It's like, no, these people weren't being properly diagnosed or treated properly. Y'all just treated them like a fucking outcast and were complete assholes. At the rate this is going, we may not even make it to the Harbor Freight knife. But I will tell you right now, I have officially got the biggest hard-on for 18-degree edges that anyone in the world's ever seen. Because this is supremely unexpected, we'll put it that way. And you know what? We're trying something new today. C4. You know, I normally don't do artificial sweeteners because they taste like shit and they fuck my stomach up for the rest of the day. But we're going to work on that. Well, and that's the thing is, like, you know, like I didn't fit in worth a shit. And I had a bit of a big mouth, which when you don't really know how to fight, you don't have a lot of friends, and you're in a fucking low-rent ass neighborhood, doing that in school, you're going to have a bad time. But, you know, I wound up in a hood rat ass school after being in like this little city that had maybe 5,000 people in it, and the school was real small, and the worst you had to deal with if you got in a fight was like 2 guys. Like, and even that was like a pussy move. Like, you were going to catch some flack for that. So it wasn't that big of a deal. At that point in my life, the PTSD was so bad that I didn't fight, or when I did fight, you know, what I knew how to do was grab something heavy and swing for their head, and that wasn't the right move, so I was kind of left without a lot of options. But yeah, going into that bad neighborhood, coming off of that, and thinking I was still in the old neighborhood, whoa, that went so bad. That went so fucking bad. Yeah, I mean, the thing with a C4 is if I'm finding stuff that's sugar-free that I can actually enjoy and not feel sick for the rest of the day, that's probably going to help me out a lot. Andrew Fett, what's up? Dude, so I tried to send out the prizes for the giveaway winners. UPS store wanted $70 fucking to send 3 packages. 70. Oh yeah, that's better. Second tier is good. I like that. But oh no. I was bullied so badly that I was a local celebrity for like 5 years after I just walked out of school and never went back. Well, like, I'm trying to send these in boxes. Well, no, normally UPS is like maybe $10. 10, $11 to send something. One of them was like $13, and then 2 of them they wanted $27 a piece for some small ass boxes. Like, I've used UPS plenty of times. I like it. You know, I like UPS getting stuff there fast and they've been reliable. But tomorrow or maybe the day after, me or the missus is going to head down to the post office and just USPS it, unless they also want $27 a package to send out, which is absolute horseshit. No, not out of country. All 3 of them, continental US. I wasn't doing out of country because of that. Like, I paid for shipping from Australia once, and that was $25 to get a knife shipped from Australia. Yeah, I got a knife from a bladesmith in Australia. I won his giveaway. And I paid for the shipping for it. And that was like $25, $26. I'm not going to do that with them. Like, I've already got these things boxed up. They're ready to go. You know, it kind of defeats the purpose of the giveaway. Jen's hooked me up. So I'm going to share the love. Well, that's the thing is, like, I didn't know how well those kits would go over. You know, it's like I'm the kind of guy where I'd be like, cool, I won something, but that's not a steel knife that I can carry and use. Bucks for the cardboard that I got from work. That's why I held enough cardboard. We're back. I turned the Bill, what's up, dude? I turned the Wi-Fi on the recording phone, which is something I had not done earlier. I forgot. Like, I was rushing downstairs to get the live started so that I could get this wrapped up and still go to sleep in time to get up and go into work tomorrow. And because I was super interested in testing this out. Yeah, sorry, Bill. I just now turned the Wi-Fi on the phone that's recording or filming this. It just totally disconnected for a minute there. Well, let's put the bottom of this box. There we go. Yeah, this is the 18-degree edge on the Ozark Trail. We are about 2 hours in, and it's still going strong, which, if memory serves, the last time we did this, it lasted an hour before it was just cutting like shit and we had to move on. Like, I didn't want to go sit for the entire live stream that this was on and find that live stream. So I just vaguely remember it lasted an hour. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, going prepaid. Now, something that you can do is if you get one of those prepaid burner cards and you don't put any money on it. Platinum Everything 22, what's up? Irish wristwatch. Like, it's a bit of a struggle due to my lack of teeth, but that's doable. Oh no, he just figured out I'm American. Hide! Why did I cut that? Oh, Andrew, all right. The connection came back. It's just we lost it for a second on my end. I tell you though, if you're gonna roll into a stream and ask someone to say something, try Worcestershire sauce. That'll really tell you a lot about who you're watching. Ballad songs. I owned one many years ago and I had fun with it, but they were illegal as hell in my state until fairly recently. And right now I don't have a good way to carry one and use it as an EDC knife. So I haven't gotten into them. Now, that being said, the ballad songs are fun at Blade Show. Like, if you've never been, you'll hear them. You'll hear click, 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 click. And so you hear that noise and a lot of it. And you look, and there's like a crowd of 12 to 13-year-old kids playing with ballad songs, and there's like one 40-year-old guy standing there that looks like he has no business being there. Every single time. Like, and there's just little pockets of them kind of everywhere. Like, you walk past so many crowds, and it'll be like 7 or 8 kids deep. Flip, 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 flip. Like, you can hear them clicking. Like, I have nothing against ballad songs at all. I think they are cool. Second tier blades. However, again, they're not something I have a good way to carry, and they're not something I'm knowledgeable about at all. Like, the one that I had was a dirt cheap one, and my uncle showed me a real basic flourish with it, and I mean super basic. And you know, this was back in the early 1990s, and I carried that thing around and I flipped it, and I did the only trick that I knew, or the only thing I knew how to do with it is like you flip it open, spin it around, flip it closed, flip it open again, spin it. Like, I still remember how to do that basically, but that knife, eventually the pivot gave out on it. But you're talking about like a very cheap gas station grade ballad song there. And it's not that long ago that the knife laws relaxed in this state, and basically I can carry anything I want with a blade under 12 inches for a folding knife that's concealed. I think the only real limit that I have on what I should carry is there's like a 3-inch limit at work from what I've been told. Yeah, $200 is like out of reach for anything for me right now. Like, if I had $200 to just throw at something like that, I'd be getting my Cold Steel Mayhem. Like, that's my kind of thing right there. Like, I have a lot of love for pocket swords and oversized, almost comically large pocket cleavers. But yeah, like if you get a well-built Balisong, that thing's gonna last years. It's just the one that I had was like flea market, gas station grade. And we're talking about gas station grade back in the late 80s, early 90s, not modern gas station grade. Yeah, I had the Hogue Deca on my list. And it's just the more and more stuff I get that's basically a axis lock or flip open and closed, like the less I'm worried about whether or not I get one, and the price keeps going up. It's like when I had it on my list, it was about 120-ish bucks. And now it's like 170. But yeah, if I had $200 to throw at just anything, I'd be ordering my Mayhem. We're talking Starvin' Marvin. If you remember what that place is, you're fucking old. Like, this is Texaco in a rough neighborhood grade. But no, I completely understand, like, if you've been flipping for a while and you get a weird weight all of a sudden, yeah, that's gonna throw you off. All right, so we have made Honey Nut Cheerios pay for their sins. Who's up next? Let's go for something a little easier to cut. Yeah, I'm sure the one that I had would have felt like flinging around a brick whenever you were flipping it. Oh yeah, like I can imagine, like, and here's the thing, like, you know, dirt cheap gas station knives like that felt cool, or you know, I was like, these are okay. I don't see why everyone hates them. And then when I started getting better knives, that opinion immediately changed. It is time for Dole pineapple juice to perform its ablutions and suffer. Yeah, it's like I can understand exactly what you're talking about there. You know, it's like I get a hold of a good gas station grade knife, and it's like, nope, this feels like shit. Yeah, if I hit that point at some point where I do want a Balisong and I want to learn it, I'll definitely be looking for a high quality trainer. I'm not going to start off with a cheap piece of crap. That is like a Balisong would be like an OTF to me. Like I don't have a good OTF. I do want one. They're very cool, but I'm not going to buy a cheap piece of crap. Jacob Pugh, man, been doing good. So we're testing out the reprofile on this edge at 18 degrees to see if it adds time to the wear on the blade, like if it takes longer. So far it is. We gone damn near twice as long as it did last time, and now we're starting to see some ragged cuts. If you hit the flea market and you hit the right booth, you can find good used stuff, but you're not going to find good new stuff. There are guys there that know what they're selling. They know how to sell. They know what to sell, but you're buying either used or some of the lower end good stuff. So, from what I've seen online and some of my Faceballs groups, Lightning OTF is the best shot you got at something good for cheap. They're like 40 bucks a pop, and they do have a good reputation. I haven't experienced one, but I know they have a good reputation and people do like them even in my higher end groups. Okay, so we're at about the 2 hour mark here. So let's take a look at where our edge sits now. You guys, this is kind of blowing me away a little bit. So I've been live for right about 2 hours now. And if memory serves me, on the factory edge, this thing lasted about an hour before it was too dull to really cut clean. We are now at 2 hours on this, and you just saw what it did on the copy paper. And yeah, that's the thing, is I've seen a lot of people talk about how geometry matters more than the steel. I have not experienced that myself and haven't had my hands on it, so that's part of why we're doing this. You know, now that I'm seeing what's happening here, I have a much better understanding of it, and I've got a frame of reference for what I'm looking at. Axis locks are fun. You're going to like one of those if you have it. But yeah, like a lot of places with people that know a lot more than I do have been saying consistently, and it hasn't changed, you know, your geometry matters more than you think it does. But because I hadn't had my hands on it and had some experience with it, I didn't really mentally connect with it. I didn't connect the dots. So this is part of why we're doing this. And yeah, this edge geometry is doing some shit, dude. Now, steel does matter. But yeah, super steels are overrated. 8CR will get me where I want to go. Like if you're in an incredibly abusive environment that warrants a super steel, yeah, go for it. You know, I've got one knife in M390, one in S30V, a few in S35VN, but like, I mean, this is mystery steel that may have been a bumper in Afghanistan at one point in its life, and with a new edge on it, it's doing great. My favorite steel for EDC. I don't have a particular favorite. Like, I don't. The environment I'm in, I'm never going to wear an edge out so bad so quickly that I need to worry about that. But D2 is kind of one of my go-tos. I have a lot of 8CR that's treated me just fine. D2 and 9CR so far have been my favorites, the ones that we tested here especially. Normally I don't care about the steel that much. I've got two knives on 14C28N, and one of them was so terrible that we couldn't finish the live stream with it. The ergos were just so bad. I've got a 14C28N knife that we're going to end up running through this at some point. I just need to get over the hump of, oh my God, my knife, and just do it. I have not, you're talking about the blade itself is made out of titanium? I have never tried a blade made out of titanium. The only thing I know about them is a lot of guys say they are terrible at holding an edge, like god awful. Yeah, like more often than not, I am carrying 8CR. That's kind of your baseline budget steel for a decent knife. You know, and I used to kind of look down on 8CR, but yeah, and platinum, that's one thing you'll learn if you stick around for a minute. Like, I am not an expert. I know a little bit about a little bit, but I'm kind of learning this stuff as I go. And most of what we're working here with is 30 bucks or less, and occasionally there'll be a nicer knife that pops up, either because, like my Cold Steel Frenzy, I probably saved up for about a month to pick that up, and it was like 120 bucks. Like, you know, the guys that are here consistently are here because, you know, they're looking at the same things I am. You know, what's the best thing you can get for, you know, the most affordable, like the most affordable thing you can get that's still good. And this Dole Pineapple box is garbage. Screw it. Fuck you, Dole Pineapple Juice. Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen someone selling a titanium bladed knife. But like a lot of the guys that are here and here regularly are looking at the same things I am, and you know, it's the kind of content that they're looking for that a lot of guys don't do. You know, you got a lot of guys that are, you know, just showing off $250 knife after $250 knife, and you know, it's like, here's another knife you can't afford that's awesome. Or you've got guys that'll take a knife, open the box, and open it and close it a couple times and be like, yeah, this is awesome. You should get one of these for your friends too. Which this Ozark trail knife is a prime example. So this thing out of the box, and pretty much every one that's been made, the channel that rides along the axis lock here was misshapen to hell and back at the factory. And I had to take this apart and take it to the grinder and spend, like, taking it apart like 3 times to get it working right, and putting it back together was probably about 2 hours of work for a $5 knife. But you know, guys would just, if you look for the reviews on this thing, it's just guys that take it, they flip it open and then close it like this every time, and they'll do that about 4 times and be like, geez man, this thing's great. No, if you use the axis lock to open it, it's stuck right here and wouldn't open. You had to take this apart and spend some time on the grinder to get it to open and close right. Yeah, I haven't messed with 154 CM yet. I don't have anything in that. But yeah, let's say just, you know, and I mean, I'm not going to bash Metal Complex or Neves or anyone like that. You know, they're doing their thing for their audience. And occasionally they show up with something that's like 30 bucks and it's awesome. I forget who it was that I heard about the Monacala Assault Team 1 from, but it was one of those guys. You know, and you're looking at like a titanium knife and 14C 28N for 35 bucks at the time. I think it might have gone up to 37. And that thing is fantastic. Like, I enjoyed carrying that thing so much. Yeah, my friend gifted me knife is the bug out with the aluminum scales and M390. That was scary. So Platinum, if you want to know how bottom of the barrel, if you want to know how bottom of the barrel this operation is, I carried knives from Temu for 10 weeks for a video series and did actual legitimate reviews on them and put them through a lighter weight cardboard slayer. Like, those would take anywhere from 250 to 300 cuts through the cardboard. Like, the playlist is up there. So I've done a Super Budget Showdown Season 1, which was all knives that cost 15 bucks or less. And then that was a 10-week project. And then Temu Geddon was another 10-week project. That was Season 2 of the Super Budget Showdown. And it was fun, but it was also fucking miserable. Like, most of those knives were so terrible. Just so terrible. Yeah, that's the thing with the bug out. Like, I'm scared to carry it because if I lose it, there's no way I can replace something that expensive. And I'm also scared to death of that first drop. Like, once I get past that first drop and the first ding or the first big scratch, game on. But that first one is going to be a bitch. Now, Platinum, I will say one good thing that came from Temu is I got a strop and I got some diamond paste from Temu. That diamond paste is the shit. Oh my god, it is so good to strop with. Like, I've got basically a 5-stage stropping system going from 24 to 14 to 10 to 5 to 2.5. Dude, it is so good. Like, you can damn near sharpen a blade from scratch on that. Like, it's so close. I am not going to intentionally scratch it, Bill. But yeah, like, if you've got a good stropping system, like, with the Work Sharp Precision Adjust and those strops, this gets well past shaving sharp, like the sharpest I've ever gotten anything with my own 2 hands. But even after one of these cardboard slayers, that strop, that system can still get these things really damn sharp again. Some of them have started shaving again after this. Some of them haven't if they're harder steels. But yeah, like, if you got diamond paste on your strops, dear God, you can make some magic happen. Yeah, no, that's not going to happen, dude. It's not. You know, that first ding or scratch is going to come naturally. That's what I do. That's like my Civivi Elementum. That is in Damascus with the copper flakes floating in the shredded carbon fiber. Beautiful knife. And I bought it thinking, I'm going to use this so much. And no, I'm scared of that first drop on that clear resin. That is going to be disgusting. You know, I carry it enough, it's going to happen. And speaking of which, I don't think I've actually carried the Elementum to do a full review on it. Now that I think about it, I need to do that. Because I think that was back before I was doing long form content. You know, there's a part of me that's a little jealous of guys that carry firearms every day. Because I love firearms. But the other part of me knows, like, beyond any uncertainty, that the fact that I am not trained to handle a situation requiring that to escalate to that level makes me a far bigger hazard to the people around me than I'd like to be. Like, I already know my fight or flight system's just catastrophically fucked up. It is catastrophically fucked up. You know, if I do hit the point where fight kicks in, I turn into a very, very fucked up person. Someone that I am no longer proud of. And I can't tell you how much I do not want to, you know, I can't tell you how much I don't want to shoot somebody in a situation that could have been de-escalated or left just because I panicked while I was holding a gun. I love target shooting. That's what I was trained how to do. I was trained how to put holes in paper. Was not trained how to handle stuff escalating like that. And I know that. Like, I need to go back through the channel and see which knives I actually haven't carried to do a full review on, because there's a lot of them from back before I started doing long form content, when I was just doing YouTube shorts with like no fucking confidence. I need to go back and see which ones I haven't done yet. So I think some of those do deserve a week of carry and you know, a critical look at them. Yeah, those also were, you know, before I kind of figured out how to standardize my testing and standardize my criteria for them too. And like, you know, the environment I'm in is so soft too. I work at a grocery store. The only thing these knives are going to do is break down a little bit of cardboard and cut saran wrap off of pallets. So then it breaks down to ergonomics, carry comfort, all that. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing is I am not a hot-headed person at all. You know, I am one of those guys where I will, you know, if I don't see a return on my investment in the confrontation, I'll just back off, give ground, and be like, dude, whatever. You know, I'll sort out my feelings about it later. So, like, if I'm pushed to the point where I do start getting hot-headed, it gets real loud, real fast, and real ugly, real fast. You know, I deal with some people every day that are very hot-headed and can barely control their temper. And, you know, a lot of times, Platinum, I appreciate you dropping by, man. I hope you catch the next one. But, you know, it's like I've had to extend a lot of grace and give a lot of ground, and it's kind of hit the point now where it's like, I'm going to start walking that back a little bit. Because I kind of hit the point where, like, I'm at the end of my rope. But, yeah, dude, you are right. It is hard to, like, it's hard to kind of stretch it out to 8 minutes, especially when you're looking at pretty simple criteria. But, like, I'll kind of have an idea of what I want to say, give or take, and the talking points that I want to hit. And then I'll hit record and just kind of talk my way through it. And usually we'll end up around 8 to 10 minutes. We're going to finish off this box right here, and then I'm going to go upstairs and get the pizza box. Platinum, I really appreciate it, man. Thank you so much. But yeah, once we finish processing this thing, I'm going to go upstairs and get the pizza box so we can cut that up, because you guys know I spoil you. Because we have made it just past the 2-hour mark. Yeah, and I mean, you know, with the way my temper is, like, you know, the fight response is like one of 3 different responses. You know, one of them is I need to neutralize this and get it over with. You know, it's just basically a business transaction. There's the panic response where God knows what's going to happen. And there's a part of me that genuinely enjoys hurting somebody, you know, especially when they push me to that point. I'm about to have fun. You know, and I have done some messed up stuff to people when I have been in the I want to have fun mode. The fuck did you Brother, you swiped in at a weird time, dude. Like, we were talking about the fact that I don't concealed carry a firearm because I'm not trained to handle a situation escalating like that. And it just kind of snowballed from there. Now, in a minute here, I am going to run upstairs and grab a pizza box for these guys. But yeah, you kind of showed up at like the weirdest possible time. OS 10. I need to look. I don't have anything in OS 10 yet, I don't think. I'll probably have to find something in Austin that I have. You know, and that also depends on what I come back from Blade Show with. We finally got one that didn't just bounce away. I tell you what, he's gonna love the farts. But no, you also stumbled in on edge retention testing, and today we're testing whether or not me reprofiling the edge makes the edge last longer versus the factory edge. So far, it's making a giant difference. Schrade is using Austin. I'll take a look at that. Until Blade Show ends, there's not going to be much of anything new coming in. Like, I can't even afford a ticket to get on the struggle bus right now. I wish I was joking. I have had metal shelving from work in the back of my truck to get rid of for months now, because I ain't had the extra gas money to get up there to the recycling place to dump it off. I don't think I have anywhere nearby that pays for the steel. I'll have to look. But even if I did, it wouldn't be a lot, I don't think. Like, I do miss having one of those places nearby. If you ain't sticking around for us shooting the shit, he wasn't interested to begin with. Yeah, like I said, I don't know if I have somewhere nearby where I can take it to get to where they will pay me to recycle it. That's what I need to look up. Because honestly, it's not that much steel. You know, these things take up space more than they weigh, basically. Whoo! Yeah, that'll do it. Yeah, I don't have the patience to save up aluminum cans like that. If I had the kind of setup like my uncle did when he was still alive, like, unfortunately, he was quite fond of his alcohol, and he drank either Ice House or Steel Reserve. Which, if you've ever had a Steel Reserve hangover, my condolences. But, like, he had an Ice House bush next to his house. He'd be out walking the dogs or something, pound an Ice House, just throw the empty can in the bush. And then after a while, he'd go ahead and scoop them all up. And half the time, he'd just melt them down to ingots and then do some metal casting. You know, like, he was working on lost foam casting the last time I talked to him about it, and he actually walked me through doing my own lost foam cast one time. Or, you know, like, there was a homeless guy that was out in, like, one of the worst places to be homeless, but because you're talking about way out there in the sticks. But, you know, he'd round them up and he'd have like a couple of giant garbage bags. I mean, just a bunch of damn aluminum cans. He usually give them to the guy. Like, here you go, man. Hope this helps. I don't think Steel Reserve is French. The Steel Reserve is more of a poetic translation of, we know you hate yourself and you only had $4. which actually I think at the time when I was doing my drinking, 12 pack of Steel Reserve was $6. So it's like, yeah, we know you hate yourself and you've only got $6. Good luck, fucker. That's the thing. Steel Reserve was whatever was cheapest. So personally, like, and I may have acquired the taste from my uncle, but I was a big fan of the Ice House Tall Boys. You know, $4 to get you a 6-pack of 16-ounce cans, and usually 4 of those was good for the night for me. Sometimes I would buy a Steel Reserve just so I could spend more time drinking and enjoy it until I woke up the next day. But really, you know, if I wanted to treat myself, it was something simple like a couple of Foster's oil cans, or, you know, a 6-pack of Heineken, you know, something like that. Like, I was very, very cheap about what I did. The contents of this channel should be no surprise. So there was a hard apple cider. I forget what it was called, but I did love me some hard apple cider. That's kind of one of the only things I miss about drinking. Was the hard apple cider was really good. You know, and I am so glad I don't drink now, because they got fucking alcoholic Arizona tea. They got alcoholic Mountain Dew. Like, there's so much stuff that I would have loved back in the day, but yeah, I'm not a big fan of crying alone in a dark room. All right, let's check the sedge out real quick before I go upstairs for the pizza box. Yeah, we're still going pretty damn strong. Yeah, Foster's gets a bad rap, but I enjoyed it. You know, I think part of it is the oil can was neat. Okay, so we're still going pretty strong. Like, there's definitely edge wear, but it's not that bad. Definitely not catastrophic. I'm assuming it won't shave. Nah, it's just going to lift up dead skin cells. You know, if I had a reason to carry a flashlight with me, I would probably be a flashlight guy, just because it's yet another gadget. Oh, it's not liking this cardstock one damn bit. Holy crap. Okay, so we got cardstock wear, but not much paperware. That is how I got bit last time. That being said, I was also beyond exhausted at like that many hours into a stream and put way too much pressure on it. Like, I learned my damn lesson is not to press down so hard and keep it at the right angle, but that was also, don't do that when you're fucking exhausted. Gentlemen, I shall return with a pizza box. I think I still have one. I may be wrong. lads. I was correct in the assumption that I had a pizza box. Beefer Baron! Yeah, so if I go anywhere where I need a light like that, I've got a headband light that is significantly brighter than the high beams on either one of my cars. You can see for fucking ever with that thing. It takes 18650 batteries and lasts forever on a charge. I got that when I worked golf courses to make it easy to set pins before the sun came up. And like when the power goes out, that thing lights up the entire room that it's in. All right, Punisher, see you in a bit, man. So, Beefer, Ozark Trail Axis lock. This is round 2 of Cardboard Slayer with it. This time I put an 18-degree edge on it from the ground up, complete regrind. And the difference it's making is huge. Like, we are finally seeing some significant edge wear, but we're 2.5 hours in now. Like, that 18 degrees is no joke. It's not so much that it's a heck of a sharpening job. It's that I have the Work Sharp Precision Adjust. So I have a fixed angle sharpening system with some pretty good stones on it. So it took maybe 40 minutes to put the entire new edge from the ground up with the 18-degree angle. So that's more so having good equipment than anything else. Yeah, I want to go by Little Caesars again soon, but like, that's our struggle pizza. You know, the funny thing is, I didn't really know flashlight guys were a thing until my first blade show. I rode with a friend of mine, Bushcraft Outdoors, if he pops up again. But first thing he does when he gets there is takes off for the Olight table and starts looking at flashlights. I'm like, this is not what I'm here for, sir. Like, you just need your one good flashlight. The rest takes care of itself. You know, that's kind of one of the wonderful things about being alive right now. Is like, you know, my phone has a flashlight on it that's good enough for anything I need day to day. I don't really need anything else. Yeah, I think the Olight booth was the one he took off for. And like, I walked by and it's like a really barren booth. Like, there's not that much going on with it. There's not a whole lot on the tables. I'm like, why is this so interesting to you? Like, I wasn't going to dog him for what he was interested in. It's just I didn't understand it. You know, I understand flashlights in the sense that it's a gadget and gadgets are fun. It's like, realistically, none of us needs to be chasing down the next $130 flashlight. Like, that's too much. that's too much for getting too little in return. At least in my opinion, that's spending too much for too little return on your investment. It's, oh boy, it's a flashlight. Hooray. The Knipex, that actually has my attention. Like, I have no use for one now. But back in the day, when I was doing, again, landscaping work and spraying yards, I used to have to fix the shit that I was working with constantly. The Knipex would have been a very useful thing to have on me. I would have appreciated that. And of course, at the time I was doing that, I could not have afforded to buy Knipex. It would have just been, it was whatever I had laying around in the house that I could throw in a bag, or whatever like one place I wasn't about to spend money on anything because they kept giving us just shitty trucks that broke all the time. So it was whatever tools I could yoink from the shop. Well, yeah, I'm not going to dog anyone for their interests, you know? Like I said, I get it. Flashlights are gadgets. Gadgets are cool. We all like gadgets, all right? It's just, for me personally, and my own personal approach, and Arizona Fruit Snacks, they've done too much damage to society. They got to go. You know, it's just for me and where I'm coming from and what I need out of something like that. You know, $100 plus for a flashlight, yeah. Especially not with how far technology has come, where like the guts of an LED flashlight cost next to nothing. You know, you can get a flashlight that'll do way more than you actually need for like 20 bucks. You know, and coming from the do you actually need it camp while we're playing around with this many damn knives is a bit hypocritical, you know? Like, I will say that out loud. Like, going in on $100 plus flashlight when I'm eyeballing a, you know, $250 knife is a bit hypocritical. You know, that's why I'm saying I'm not going to dog somebody else for liking them. It's just, for me, there's no return on that investment. Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm saying is, you know, a $10 flashlight will do way more than you need it to. Like, now that being said, I can see use cases for nice flashlights that, you know, seem a little bit more frequent than use cases for expensive knives. All right, there are times when, like, if you're out in areas, you know, like if you're out of your car in weird areas or, you know, something like that, yeah, a good flashlight will really help. You know, if you're out hunting and you're setting up before the sun comes up, good flashlight will help you. And a lot of those times, a flashlight that you can stick in your pocket is better than, say, my preferred system. You know, one of those big headband mounted lamps ain't going to be that convenient for it. You know, especially not if, like, you're walking across a parking lot, or you're having to, you know, do a good go through on a lot and make sure nothing fucked up's happened. You know, there is stuff you have to do before the sun comes up where a good flashlight makes plenty of sense. You know, it makes more sense than taking a $200 knife into a light use environment. Because, like I said, there have been times where, you know, I worked outdoors and I did a lot of work before the sun came up. Yeah. A really powerful flashlight is your best friend. Like, we had guys that were out there trying to run so they had little sideways steamrollers you'd use to flatten the greens out. We'd have guys out there holding their phone out with the flashlight on, trying to see what the hell they were doing. Or we'd have guys out there holding their phone with the flashlight on, trying to do a two-handed job setting the pins before the sun came up. And it's just like, bro, what the hell are you doing, man? You know, and I'm out there with the headband that overpowers the high beams on a car. Well, yeah, like, you know, knives are a different beast entirely. And I'm not saying there's not, $200 worth of materials in there or something like that. It's just you go into a light use environment. Most of your concrete cowboys doing day to day EDC carry. You know, there's not that return on investment in that $200 knife. You're not beating on it hard enough to need a super steel. There are guys out there that use a knife hard enough where that super steel starts making a lot of sense. However, that's not most of us. Most of us are going into an office job or something like that where we don't need a knife to do that. Like me, I'm not going to lie. A well-sharpened 8CR13 blade is probably going to outlast anything that I'm ever going to do at work. I could ride that edge for probably the better part of 2 years and still not really have to resharpen it, let alone put significant wear on it. And that's where, stuff like the Mayhem starts justifying its price by just being so over the top and ridiculous. It's fun. I don't really need the super steels or anything like that. The only reason the AUS 10 on the Mayhem gave me pause is it's just like, aren't these supposed to be S35 VN, especially at this price? But I also don't know, I don't know anything about AUS 10, Like, I'm looking at it, I'm like, so this is a step up from AUS 8. It's not S35 VN. But, the way those conventions work, I don't know enough about AUS 10 and how much of an upgrade it is or whether or not it's comparable to or better than S35 VN. I don't know. Well, that's the thing. Is like places I've worked where I could have used a hard use knife, they didn't give a shit. Like the last hard use environment I was in was when I worked at the well, yeah, I'd like to know how AUS 10 stacks up against AUS 8, stacks up against S35 VN. Like, those are the two I have the questions about. Because, like, you jump from S30V to S90V. Like, I don't know whether that's better or worse. So, and I know 154 CM is supposed to be pretty good. Fook, you're not dead. You're only mostly dead. But, like the last hard use environment I was in, I took a Benchmade 9000 that I found on the ground, or correction, I found it under a pile of leaves that had been there for like 2 years, and I ran that till it broke, and I put it through absolute hell, and I only ever sharpened it once, and that was because it finally got dull enough that I needed to sharpen it, and I was riding on a dull edge for a long time because I didn't know how to sharpen really. And I ended up taking a file and using the file to profile the edge and then just smoothing it out on one of those gray stones that comes with a cheap survival knife. And that got me where I needed to go. And the edge held up until the spring broke in there. And I didn't know how to replace the spring, and I didn't have like a credit card, so I couldn't like go to Benchmade and order new springs. And I couldn't afford to like send it back and have them work on it. In retrospect, I should have. I love that knife. I'd love to find another one, but I don't have the money to spend on a replacement Benchmade 9000 right now. I gotta say, I expected some difference with the new edge, but not this. I did not expect this. So what did I do with it? Okay, so how I came into ownership of said knife, I worked at a college as part of their roads and grounds crew. We got sent into an unmaintained area to blow all the leaves back and kind of let the area recover a little bit. And underneath a pile of leaves that have been building up for like a good 2-3 years, this knife comes flying out of the pile when I hit it with the leaf blower. And it was a Benchmade 9000 with a broken tip. So I takes it and I bring it back home and I grind a new tip on it. And it turns out if you have a, well, yeah, it didn't get thrown away. It was sitting on the healing bench and waiting for me to figure out what I could do with it. When I took the kids and left the ex-wife, it was completely unplanned. That marriage had been on the rocks for years, but we finally hit a point, like I hit my breaking point all at once. Stuff happened, and I realized someone was about to get hurt, so I put the thing down in my hands that I was holding. I was doing some woodworking when she finally pushed me to my breaking point. I put down the woodworking tool I was holding and turned around and just said, I want a divorce. We're done. And so it took me a while to go back to the house and get enough of my stuff out of there. And that thing never made it off the bench. So it definitely got thrown away by whoever bought the house after we left, or whoever cleaned it out. Because, like, I didn't get the furniture out of the house. I didn't get a lot of my stuff out of the house. I was more focused on getting the kids' stuff out of the house and just getting the things that were important to me out of the house. So, like, I'm so glad I can't remember everything that was left. But I mean, you're talking about couches, TVs, you're talking about bed, dressers, like all kinds of stuff. And believe me, I wish to God I still had some of those CRT TVs that I had. Like, I want to find another one, but I don't want to pay out the ass for it. Which I need to be checking like Goodwill every so often. But yeah, that Benchmade, I mean, it turns out if you've got a black coated knife, nah, Fook, I appreciate you being here, man. Maybe we'll see you a bit later. It turns out if you got a black coated knife, you got to put a new tip on. Do what I did and cover the shiny spot with a black magic marker. It blends really well, and that stuff never went anywhere. And like, you know, I was throwing bales of pine straw down and just swinging through the strings on it and snapping them, cutting up just all kinds of random crap. Like, I was putting it through a lot of hard use. And the Make-A-Wish thing's still going. However, like, it hasn't really been doing a whole lot here off of the channel, so I'm not worried about it. And like, we're getting close to the end of May as it is. Oh no. Oh, the mail is in. Fuck yeah, dude. But yeah, I'm not worried about chasing the Make-A-Wish thing down. Like, we did what we could. And it's the same people that have heard it 7 million times. So I'm not going to sweat it that hard. I'm sure we'll find out what Bill got when he gets back. Oh, nice. Sir, I have never heard of T10 steel. So just by knowing that number and that letter together means you already know more than I do. I am waiting to find out more about T10 steel. Yeah, usually sword steel is a lot softer and at a significantly lower HRC than knife steel. You know, that's why guys will use 1040, 1045, stuff in that range for swords as opposed to, you know, 1095 or something like that. Now there are swords like there's plenty of 1095 and 15 and 20 swords out there. That's your basic recipe for the Damascus. But a lot of times guys that are making swords that are meant to really be used are going with a noticeably lower carbon content. Oh, wow. Like, I don't know the stuff, the HRC on the stuff I'm working with here, but I'm assuming like higher 50s for most of them. But I know once you get above 60 and getting towards the high 60s, apparently like the risk of chip out gets real high. Yeah. Give me a second. I'll look up a picture of it for everybody. Okay, so I see what you're looking at here. Oh. Oh, that is quite pretty. Let's see what the specs are on it. That $49 is not bad. Okay, so okay, what's the blade length on it? Bro. So I really, really like what I'm looking at with that, but I can't afford to buy it. However, you got something really cool there. Like, unless it functions like shit, you got something really fucking cool there that I'm a little bit jealous of. I'm not gonna lie. Bill, I like what I'm seeing there. But no, that thing is 14C28N. Yes, sir. At least according to the website. I'm a little bummed that I don't have the spare cash to scoop that thing up. But that's like my trips to Scallywag Tactical looking at their blims. It's just like, I could spend $60 here right now, and I've almost done it, but it's like I can't really afford to do that. Not without messing myself up for a while. It has taken months to save up 150 bucks for Blade Show. Yeah, like I said, dude, I really, really, really like what I see there. Excellent score, my friend. Splitting Slices is a name I have never heard before. Fit, what's going on? Dude, this thing is still going strong. I haven't stropped it or anything, but it's still going pretty strong. So yeah, that edge that I put on the golden spike is what did that work. Let's see, we should be 340 or 350, 450, 550, 650. Yeah, like we're hitting the 3 hour mark. Like I said, like, I said, I think if memory serves, this thing ran about an hour before it stopped cutting copy paper and just started tearing it. EMJ Works, what's going on, dude? So, if you haven't been here before, tonight's experiment is this thing, the last time we ran this through Cardboard Slayer lasted an hour before the edge crapped out. So I reground the edge at 18 degrees and seeing how that holds up. And so far we're approaching 3 hours and it's still going pretty strong. And of course we're shooting the shit so I can hang out with you guys. Yeah, like there is some edge wear, but it's still holding up. Yeah, that is crazy. Sergio, what's up, man? So yeah, and you know, part of this too is I'm learning as I go. Like I've been told edge geometry makes a huge difference, but having not seen it and done it for myself, you know, there was a mental disconnect like between intellectually knowing it and actually knowing it. So this is the one of the Ozark trails from Walmart that was on sale for the 2023 holidays. Um, that's what we're working with. Oh, cool, man. Thanks. And lasted the last time we ran this, it lasted about an hour before the edge totally crapped out. And with being reground to 18 degrees, we're in hour 3 now, and it's still going. Yeah, the primary cutting area is definitely showing its wear on the cardstock, but the copy paper is still okay with. Oh, the brand is Ozark Trail. That's a Walmart brand. Yeah, so that is interesting. I didn't expect the cardstock to really be showing wear more effectively than the paper. Let's see. Yeah, there is no model on this. It's just Ozark Trail axis lock. Yeah, so they don't give you a model with this. Nothing like that. It's just Ozark Trail, and it's one of the holiday axis locks. Like if you're in any of the Facebook groups, especially the lower tier Facebook groups, um, when the $5 axis lock drops, everybody loses their collective shit. And yeah, like there is no model on it, no nothing. They don't even tell you what the blade steel is. We don't know. The reason I picked this is because it wore out so fast last time, and I was thinking it would wear out and we could move on to the. I also put a new edge on the Gordon knife, the GK23 from Harbor Freight, and I figured we'd move on to this one and see how it does. But this thing is holding on for dear life, and we're still going at 3 hours, which is. This was $5. Five. Um, and the only thing I can really say about this one in particular is they fucked up the grind right here where the axis lock rides in the flipper tab channel. And I had to take it apart and regrind that about 3 times to get it working right. And it works right now, but it took so much work to get it there. And yeah, the Gordon knife, this is weird. Like, this is one of the most basic but solid high quality knives you can get. It's like $10. But this thing is amazing for $10. If you can get to Harbor Freight, grab one. Even if you just throw it in your toolbox or something like that, out of the box, it is fantastic. Especially at the $10 price. Like it's way better than it has any right to be for $10. And the ergonomics on it, like this took a 4-hour cardboard slayer session, and my hand was fine. It's not that I have the sharpening skills, sir. It's that I have a work sharp precision adjust. It is a fixed angle sharpening system that eliminates skill whatsoever. Like, it completely eliminates skill. At some point, I want to learn how to freehand sharpen, but I need money for a good set of stones, and I need time that I don't have. But yeah, the blue pivot, where is it? That's not it. You're in here somewhere, little guy. Yeah, so this one with the blue pivot on it was pretty damn decent. Like, all I had to do was loosen the pivot a bit to get it working smoothly. It carried well and did well. I like this one, especially for $5. For $5, this is outrageous. All right, Bill, man, I appreciate you dropping by. Yeah, this one for $5 is very hard to argue with. This is another throw it in the toolbox, abuse, abandon. Damn it. Give me a second here. We're going to take a look at your thing. Okay, so that's what we're looking at. I mean, that looks like it should function really well. That looks like a pretty well designed clip point. With the right materials on the scale and the right finish on that blade, that could also start passing as a gentleman's knife if it's handled properly, which I do like the thought of that. Let's see, what do we want to mutilate next? What do I got? All right, Temptations Cat Treats, you've sinned for long enough. Yeah, I'm not sure traditional would necessarily be so hot on bearings. Like, I'm not a traditional guy, so I don't know. But I do know whatever it takes to get that walk and talk right is going to be a big deal. EMJ Works, what's up, man? Well, I'm assuming, I mean, I could be wrong, but I'm assuming you need washers or bearings or something on the surface that pivots. Like, you got to have something there. You know, someone that knows more than I do might chime in, but you'd need something, wouldn't you? But I will say, I think I'm at the point that I want to strop this thing up. We're not even going to bother with the Harbor Freight knife. Okay, so if traditionals don't have anything between the blade and the scales, and I think I know what you're getting at, then yeah, why bother with washers? Okay, yeah, we are going to strop this thing, and we're going to strop the hell out of it. It put up a good fight, and it's still holding on, but it's not doing great anymore. So let's see what we get now. You guys saw that. It was definitely not a happy cut. And EMJ Works, if you don't know this already, I have got a series of 5 strops with diamond paste on them. So we should be able to get this thing ridiculously sharp again. Yeah, you're getting into stuff I know next to nothing about, boss. Like, you know, I would think maybe putting washers in there would be good to stop the metal from galling against the titanium. But again, I only know a little bit about a little bit, and that ain't it. And I dare say it's probably about time to reload this side of the strop with the 24 grit. Or the 24 micron. Yeah, if anyone knows more than I do about titanium up against steel, please speak up. I would like to know more. And I think we've gone hard enough on this to introduce just a little bit of blade play. So here's a question. Couldn't you just make a little recess on the inside of the scale to bring the washers out a little bit and make them super low profile where they contact the blade itself? What's stopping you from doing that? Chat just dies randomly for no apparent reason. Yeah, what's stopping you from just milling out a little pocket for the washers that keeps them just barely sticking out enough to contact the blade? Those washers ain't that thick, dude. Yeah, I think though, like before you do anything, you need to find out if like titanium rubbing steel causes any kind of galling or anything, because that's what I'd be worried about. We're back up to a nice shiny mirror. Yeah, I mean, if you're doing titanium, that means you can do the whole frame without having to worry about liners or scales or anything. Which, honestly, I think with the design you have right there, especially if it's not going to be a wide, bulky deal, and it's got a good pocket clip, that looks like something that should be very, very nice to carry. And like I said, you might be able to get away with not using washers. I don't know enough to know whether or not there's going to be issues with the steel rubbing up against the titanium, especially with repeated opening and closing. You know, I was hoping somebody here that knew more than I do would pop up and say something, but that might be worth a Google search. Gotcha. Like I said, it's worth doing your research before you get too far into it, just to be sure. Like, I know it's probably a long shot that you're going to get that into production, but if you do, you want to make sure you know what all your variables are and what the implications of not implementing stuff like that is. I'm not sure what kind of price point you're looking at for those things if they hit the point where they were being sold. Oh, Fook, you're back. Yeah, we're just talking about knockoffs blade design that he's looking at. If you check out his community post real quick, you'll see what we're talking about. We're stropping this thing. We hit the 3-hour mark, and it was finally struggling to do the cut on the cardstock, and having rough spots on the paper, like it was finally starting to show significant wear. And we're not going to get to that Harbor Freight Gordon knife. There ain't enough me, and there ain't enough time left for it. But we learned what we needed to. That 18-degree edge, Jesus Christ. It really, really made a giant difference. Yeah, Knockoff changed his name because we were talking about, like, what was it? Lefty EDC blasted him for the name when he went in there. So you were talking about, like, the implications of going into, like, serious knife channels with a name like Knockoff Knives. And after a group conscience, we settled on second-tier knives. And now Nope Nope is Knockoff Knives. Okay. Let's see how she responded to the strop. Yeah, that's one thing I love is this one especially will strop right back to life. Like, that is such a nice cut. Like, I can't begin to tell you how good it feels to know that I can sharpen up to this point at any time. All right. How's the cardstock look? Yeah, she's back. I guess it's not as perfect as it was starting off, but it's still very, very, very good. Yeah, dude, I wanted to hit your stream. It's just by 9 p.m. I was already completely out cold. Like, I was dead to the world because I had to wake up at 2 a.m. to go to work this morning. And that was 9 p.m. my time, not your time. Oh yeah, if you watch Outdoors 55, he shows where, like, you can get a crazy sharp edge off of just a 400 grit stone and nothing else. Are we shaving again? We are shaving just a little bit. So cool. Okay, I'm going to take like a 5-minute break from cutting here, but now we know. That was 3 hours before significant edge wear, and of course, the stropping paid off. But yeah, like I'm really happy to learn that. And then we'll probably cut this off in around 45-ish minutes so I can go upstairs and eat and become completely inert. Oh yeah. Well, the thing is it wasn't super dull to begin with. Like it wasn't completely wiped out. There was just significant wear. And I don't know who all was here the first time we did this, but I am struggling to remember just how bad it was after that first hour. But it had to be bad for me to just say, all right, we're done here. Oh my God. Ugh. But yeah, I'm almost disappointed we didn't get to the Harbor Freight Gordon knife. Like I'm happy this thing held up like it did. And let's take a look at this. Yeah, there's always another day, but we don't like the answers we needed from this came from this. You know, like I said, I thought this was gonna wear out in an hour, maybe a bit longer, and we move on to the Gordon GK23. Oh, good God, yeah. This thing is sharp, sharp. Like, this stuff really, really does not like being cut at all. It's very, very old paper, but God almighty, that is sharp. No, Gordon, Evasive Floppy Disk, what's up? No, Gordon is their house brand. The Icon knife is the one you're thinking about. That's the mini glimpse. And I did a few videos on that. Like I got one, and I thought because they were advertising an American designer and all that, and we hadn't heard anything out of Beg, I thought they licensed that part of the design out and just had an NDA, kind of like when stores carry generic products. And then I had contact with the guys at Beg. They're like, nope, complete ripoff. Nothing was authorized. There's no NDA. There's nothing. So this right here is the Gordon knife I'm talking about. That is not the Beg Mini Glimpse clone. And speaking of which, yeah, so what you missed out on is this is the second time this has been run through Cardboard Slayer. The first time it lasted give or take an hour, and this time it's run 3 hours. I redid the edge from like I completely reground the edge to 18 degrees, and we're looking to see how much of a difference that makes in edge retention. And good God, the difference is huge. Like, you know, I'd heard plenty of times that your edge geometry makes a huge difference, but having not experienced myself, there was like a mental disconnect there. So I figured it was time to experience it for myself. And yeah, that is a huge, huge difference. I am astounded. It looks like I may be needing to put more time into this side of the edge. It looks like I didn't quite get this ground as far back as this side. Yeah, this is one of the Walmart Ozark trails. So this Ozark trail has now taken 3 straight hours of being pushed through cardboard. The edge was still holding on, but there was significant wear, so I took it to the strop and stropped it back to life. Fred the Lug, what is up, dude? So we're gonna cut some more of this because we can, but in about 45 minutes here, the stream will wrap up because I gotta go become a nerd. I have worked a full day on one of the most difficult days of the week. I'm exhausted. And I know you just missed it, but my stropping system gets knives incredibly sharp even when they are pretty dull. Like, that stropping setup is so wonderful. I love it. So, the focus of today, like normally what happens, what I normally do is I've got a box right here of knives for live streams. And I'll dig 4 of these out and put them on the table and roll a 20-sided die. Where is it? Oh yeah, it's over here. I'll drop a 20-sided die, and whatever number it hits will pick the knife for the night. But tonight we were looking at how edge geometry affects edge retention. And like I said, this thing went through 3 hours of nonstop cardboard cutting before I stropped it. And it was still holding on. It was fighting the good fight, but there was significant edge wear. What was I going to say? Brain fart. Yeah, the last time we did this on the factory edge, it took about an hour to wear it down to where it was like borderline catastrophic. And when I sharpen these are sharpened at 18 degrees on the Work Sharp Precision Adjust, so it's a fixed angle. It's a fixed angle sharpener. Words are hard. So that was a damn near 10-hour day at work. 10-hour day at work, pretty much, and then going straight into doing this. And we started about 3.5 hours ago. But y'all came in when I had to take like a 5-minute break, because like I said, I've been doing this for 3 solid hours. But no, I mean, Fook, that's the thing with me is like, you know, I wasn't necessarily a steel snob. Like, I can get by fine with 3CR13 if I need to. But I am now turning into an angle snob. Like, if I wasn't changing knives every week to do reviews on them, then the stuff that I like carrying a lot would be getting brand new 18-degree edges on them. I mean, this has been an absolute delight. You know, and you know, if you're new here, I'll say it right now, I'm certainly no expert. You know, there's a lot of secondhand knowledge. You know, a lot of secondhand knowledge. Like, I know what I've heard and I know what I've read, but I'm experiencing a lot of this stuff for myself so that I have a frame of reference for it. You know, I don't know everything that's out there. Most of the knives we look at are $35 or less for the most part. For if you ain't carrying 420 J2, you ain't a man. Yeah, like I have heard where some steels just, you know, they don't like the really fine edges, they don't like the really fine apexes, stuff like that. And I'm sure I will run into that at some point. Real men still have a Nintendo Wii U. Stoker 440A. I think we've done 440. We did 440 from 1980 and tested out that heat treatment. And we've done 440C on a modern Ganzo, which is one that I was pretty sure wasn't a clone. Otherwise, I wouldn't be using it. I can't say with any certainty that we've hit a... I can't be certain that we haven't done 440A at some point. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Like, I've never been a steel snob, but I always like the idea of having, like, you know, S30V, M390, stuff like that. But I have those knives and I never carry them. So it's like, why am I going to spend money on something I'm not going to carry? You know, so right now it's like I'm reviewing a different knife every week and providing some kind of feedback. So like the knife I'm carrying today, in a week, I'll do the video telling you how it did. And then, you know, I'll move on to the next one. Yeah, like this week I'm carrying a Schrade that I bought back in 2015 and never really carried. Like I haven't carried it and done the whole review process here, which, you know, I'm in a very lightweight environment. So a lot of mine is just how good's the factory edge, how good are the ergonomics, how comfortably does it carry in the weird spot that I have to carry knives in, you know, all that. Oh yeah, no. From what I've experienced, like 440 with a good edge, like that 440C, I think that was 4 straight hours, and then like I stropped it because I felt like it, if I remember right. You know, and I do not carry knives in my prison pocket. I hate to break it to you, but I craft way too often for that. But yeah, I mean, the thing is with 440 now, compared to the way it used to be when it was looked down on really bad, is it's been around for so long that the heat treatment's basically perfected. It is perfected. You can buy it with a perfected heat treatment in bulk. Yeah, welcome back, Punisher. You know, like, and I mean, the thing is I used to kind of look down on 440, like, give me D2, it's so much better. Up until I did this and experienced it. You know, that 440C really kicked ass. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I was impressed by the 440. I think that's one of those ones where, kind of like the 9CR18, the steel one, I couldn't wear it down badly enough to count as significant edge wear by the time it was all said and done. No, so I stropped it. I stropped the hell out of it. It was still cutting close to like this, but on the cardstock, you could tell where the edge was real bad. Like, the area up through here doing most of the cuts was tearing out the cardstock instead of cutting it. And besides which, like, if you weren't here for it, I have got 5 stages of strop, and these are all charged up with diamond paste. So you got 24, 14, 10, 5, and 2.5. So these strops can almost sharpen a knife by themselves without having to break out the rest of the equipment. If the edge is still in okay enough shape, you can bring it back to a razor in about 5-10 minutes. It was reasonably close to that after 3 hours. Like, it was still doing okay and fighting the good fight. I can't argue with that. Yeah, someone wants to send me some some Rex 121 or whatever it is. I won't turn them down. They're not going to get it back, but that's a different beast entirely. No, like I said, this for me was a learning experience in what edge geometry does to the edge retention. I am very happy that I learned this today. Because again, when I sharpen oh no, like I trust me, I understand by the fact that it's coming up in this conversation that the edge retention has to be completely unreal. Like, put an 18-degree edge on that and you will never sharpen a knife again as long as you live. You know, you can shave the top layer off every brick you build your house with to make them fit better. I don't know what Rex 121 is, but apparently it's good. I think this is the second time I've heard of Rex 121, and both of those were on live streams, and both of them were for the same reason. It was the exact same. Good luck testing the edge retention on that, buddy. Like I said, if someone wants to send me some Rex 121, I won't argue, but they're never going to see it again. Oh yeah, no. Now, I do understand the desire for the thicker edge, you know, and it's, again, I'm a concrete cowboy. I'm in a very light use environment, all right? I'm cutting the plastic from around pallets. I am occasionally breaking down some cardboard, so for me, this nice slicey edge does exactly what I need it to. All right, what's the crush test on this? Is there no edge crush test rating on this? Oh, 32. Okay. All right, Publix cake cups, you have sinned for far too long. It is time you paid. I don't know if you guys have watched the videos of the guys that tried it, but one thing I'm still disappointed by is that it's pretty much impossible to make a knife out of nitinol and test that out, which is a huge bummer. Like, I want to see what that'll do. Yeah, I don't know why, but steel is just so damn fascinating. You know, that's one of the reasons. Like, I took my first quarter of welding classes, and I did really good in those classes. Like, I was the only person there to have all 4 of my coupons pass the bin test at the end of the quarter, and I was lined up to take my second quarter. However, I wound up having to get clean, and doing what it took to get and stay clean basically was significantly more important than continuing class. But, you know, I got in there because steel is fascinating stuff to mess with, you know, and welding is just, it's damn near witchcraft, you know. You're just gluing metal together. It's wild, you know, and I love doing that. And, you know, the other problem I had with the welding class is it would have taken forever to find a shop job that kept me close to the house. You know, and I love how upset my ex-wife got. Oh, thank you, sir. You know, like my ex-wife, she's like, well, why don't you get one of the jobs where you travel? I was like, I already know if I had a job where I was gone for 6 weeks at a time, I would be paying for some other dude to roll up in here, eat my food, use my toilet paper, and act like my kid's dad, and that's a dead body. And she got real offended for somebody that had a string of affairs. I'll tell you that right now. But yeah, it was just kind of when all that went down, it was like either get clean or go to welding class. And, you know, I had. Yeah, I'd love to. If I had 220 going to my garage, I could do some decent welding there. But I'm gonna say right now, with a little 120 buzz box, I've got a flux core welder, and I've got a stick welder that'll run on 120. And the welds I get on that, like, I can't really get a. I can't really get the weld penetration I need to do a whole lot. I've got a striking anvil that I welded together and I haven't tried yet. And I gotta tell you, those welds are uglier than a $2 hooker. And I think enough of them penetrated deep enough to hold it together. But I'm not 100% certain on that. I'm just gonna have to put something on it and wail on it with a hammer and see if it breaks. If it does break, I've got a huge headache getting that mess cleaned back up, and then I'll have to take it to somebody to get it welded together, because it's like, what you're supposed to do with those is throw them in a fire and let them get damn good and hot and then weld them. And I did so many passes that it got hot, like it got really hot. So that may have done it. But with the sticks for that stick welder, about halfway through, they just start drooping like that. And it made it damn near impossible to get a nice, long, clean weld without it breaking up into bird shit and having to start over with that. But I was at that welding like all damn day long. So it looks like it ought to hold together, but I don't know for sure yet because I haven't tried it. Like, that was the last project I did before my headspace went screwy on me and I just couldn't put myself in the shop anymore. And certainly couldn't put myself in the shop safely. All right, Fook, have a good night. Yeah, we got like less than a half hour and then we're done here too. I'm starting to get quite loopy. But I'm going to look at my schedule and see if I've got a window over the course of next week that I can do a live stream, which I think I'll have a day sometime around the middle of the week. Because like I'm going from close, close, open, or something like that over the course of my week. So it's like wake up at 2 a.m. The next day, wake up at 2 p.m. So I do plan on doing one, and then we're going back to the old format of letting the 20-sided die pick the knife out, because I miss doing that. But I just had to find out what would happen. So my schedule kind of swings around pretty erratically. For the longest time, I was just opening every day. But that was after over a year of closing every night and never getting a mid, never getting an open. And for reasons beyond me, right now my shit's swinging just all kinds of crazy. Like tomorrow, I'm doing a mid. I opened today, and I've opened the rest of this week so far. And then tomorrow I'll do a mid, and then Thursday I'll close. And right now I've probably got the better part of 3.5 hours of overtime to cut. So tomorrow is liable to be a quite short day. And then my close on Thursday is going to be a huge pain in the ass, because I have no crew to close with, basically. So like, I don't close one night. So when I'm closing the store, I get out of there between 11:30 and midnight, and opening is being in there at 4 a.m. So I'm not going to close one night and open the next morning. That's not going to happen. They have scheduled me for that like twice, and I walked up to my manager. I'm like, there's no way in hell I'm doing that. You damn well know better. And got that opening shift moved. All right, I have done overnights, clocked out at like 5 in the morning, and then come back at like 4 that same afternoon, and that sucked. To make a shitty Breaking Bad joke, I am the one who walks. All right, I am the team lead, and basically whenever we don't have the manager or assistant manager there, I am the manager. I take care of all the managerial stuff. So it is up to me to make sure the store is walked and make sure everything is done right in our department before we leave. And if it ain't done right when they come in the next morning, guess which one of us gets all the text messages and pictures of what wasn't done right? Me. Yeah, so I like to have my closes really tight, really tidy, and have that all good. However, a lot of nights, even if we don't have enough people, we wind up working back stock or something like that. Like the nights that we throw truck, we gotta, we got to have everything ready for the morning crew to finish off what they, like we'll throw part of the truck. And then the morning crew will come in and they'll finish the truck off, but we have stuff we have to do when that truck comes in. But on nights when there's no truck, even if we don't have enough people, we wind up doing backstock or something like that, and it'll put us getting out of there late. And it's just like, you know, I don't want to be here till 12:30, 1 a.m. on the back of that stuff, but that's neither here's nor there's. What I do know is if and when I make it into management, I'm definitely going to be taking a long, hard look at how to make that less painful for the guys that have to do it and figure a way around that. No, like, I think we're supposed to have the manager in charge walk us before we leave. However, they don't. So that means it is up to me to make sure everything is walked and done right. You know, and normally everybody considers blocking to be very, very tedious, but after the kind of day we normally have while we're closing, blocking is a nice way to just cool down and finish the night off, basically, and get ready for the rewalk. And then by the time I'm doing the rewalk, I'm both exhausted and a bit loopy, but also relieved that that is our last little bit, and then we can go home. Yeah, well, I mean, here's the thing. I have been a contender for management for a good little while now. And compared to the other team leads that I've seen in the area, I'm definitely the strongest candidate. I am working with the manager that is the most difficult manager to work with, hands down in the district, and he's known for it. And I'm at like the busiest store in the district, so I got so many things going for me. All I really need is a good recommendation from the store manager, and I should be golden. I'm pretty sure I've got that. And that should be all I need. So I will say, in my position as a team lead, I get pulled in so many different directions at once. Well, what's up with the larger version of the lockback? You running it through and like moving it and all that in your software? But you know, when I get to just stock shelves for a couple hours and be left alone, that actually feels pretty good. Because I mean, if the right people are there and it's the right time of day, like I don't get any time to do because basically you're a stock clerk with extra steps when you're a team lead. Oh, gotcha. So basically I'm supposed to be doing all the things a regular stock clerk does on top of basically functioning as an extra manager. So like basically it's been said, and I've heard it from a few people now, that team lead is just the hardest job this place has to offer. You know, so if you can survive that, you know, the rest of your job gets a bit easier to deal with, and your life gets a bit easier, which is kind of what I'm looking forward to, because, you know, I'll be honest, as long as I've been doing this, I'm exhausted. Well, from what I've heard from everybody that worked at Walmart, that place just sucks. Like, it sucks to be working on the stocking crew, especially, I can't even imagine what the sheer quantity of stuff that comes in. Like, I can't imagine how big those trucks are. Like, for us, more or less our big truck for the week that I've got to go through and pick apart and pull all of the regular stuff out of the ad. Like, the last time I was there on a Monday night doing that, it was like 13 pallets. You know, I had to take 13 pallets apart just to pick out the little bit of stuff that my guys had to work for the night. Because all the rest of it was ad stuff that was going to be on our, end caps on Tuesday morning. You know, and come like Thanksgiving and Christmas, we might see like 22 pallets between the ad stuff that comes in and all that. Yeah, like our trucks, we'll see like 1,300 pieces on a truck easily, without even breaking a sweat. You know, and those ad trucks, I'm going through 13 pallets to pick out maybe 700 some odd pieces, maybe 8. You know, but when we see the 13, when we see 1,300 pieces, my guys might only have to work like 300 or 400 of those pieces. And then the morning guys will take care of the rest. You know, and the morning guys don't have to block the whole store up on top of working that truck and everything else. You know, all they got to worry about is getting that stuff on the shelf. So they get it a little bit easier than we get. Or it's a much more simplified job than we get. All right, so it is starting to get long in the tooth. Let's go ahead and clean the blade off real good and try stropping it again just because. Yeah, I will say one thing. The company I'm working for is a fantastic company to work for. Like, I have still got weeks of vacation time I got to figure out how to burn off, and I need to get that set up soon before it gets any later in the year. I'll give it that much. The company is fantastic. It's just you're going to wind up working with difficult people no matter where you work. That is an entire jar of LSD. I stuck my finger in there one time and came back a month and a half later. No, that's just denatured alcohol. And with this being the second stropping off of such a clean edge, this ought to be pretty damn ridiculously sharp when I get done. Oh God. So my old store, the back room on that was an absolute monster. Like you could literally drop the trailer from a tractor trailer in that back room and still have space to work. And that really spoiled me. Like the store I'm at now, the back room's about a third that size. And it's like the busiest store in the district. So like we struggle so much with workspace organization and space management. It is ridiculous. Like basically the old back room, you could probably fit like 7 or 8 pallets side by side by side, and you could still get around them. And I swear to God, it was like a quarter mile long. You know, it wasn't actually a quarter mile, but it was just such a huge back room. And the back room I'm in now, if you put 2 pallets side by side, you still have a little bit of room to get through. But like you're talking about something that a person could walk through, and that's it. Like you weren't getting shit else through there. I wish we had the kind of space I used to have. That's the best way to put it. That old back room was like being in a warehouse. I think the only difference between that back room and a warehouse is it didn't become a house every time there was a full moon. Somebody please laugh at that joke. Thank you. Yeah, like I think a lot of those back rooms is like the building was already standing as existed and they only had so much space to work with. And I believe my old store was built in place. It was. It was built in place instead of being built into an already existing building. They were able to do a lot, but the fucking freezers for all of my shit were tiny. And my old store and this store, both freezers have a 30-degree ramp going in there. Can you imagine how much fun it isn't pushing a pallet full of frozen goods up a 30-degree ramp? Like, one day I was at Kroger and the door to their freezer was open. And it was like twice as wide as my door, and there was no ramp. And that freezer was about 3 times the size of the one I had. And I'm just walking by going, you son of a bitch. Just a guest. What's up, man? Yeah, like you came in as the stream is winding down. So what we did here was we took the Ozark trail knife and the edge got sharpened to 18 degrees and we were seeing whether or not it affected the edge retention. It had a huge effect. The first one we did on the factory edge, the first cardboard slayer, lasted about an hour before the edges just worn slap out. This time it took 3 hours to see significant edge wear, but just not, it wasn't catastrophic like the last time. Gotcha, yeah. Like, I don't know how long my current store has been where it is. Um, oh, no. I said the difference between my back room and a warehouse is that it didn't turn into a house when there was a full moon. That was the joke. Yeah, this thing is right back. So I am very happy to learn what I learned today. Yeah, so she's shaving a little bit. Hey, it was a pretty solid dad joke, you know. I give that one probably like an 8.5 out of 10. So yeah, I am very happy to learn what I have learned today here. Yeah, like I said, I learned a lot because again, like I'd read about the edge geometry and all that, but I hadn't experienced it, and that was a hell of a shock. Punisher, I appreciate your generosity, sir. And she will shave a little bit. Like it's not like it just came off of the stones, but it's still really damn sharp. But guys, I believe this is a good place to wrap it up. I'll do the aftermath video either tonight or tomorrow, just depending on what my mood strikes me. Yeah, I know hollow grinds are good for some things. They're not fun for cutting cardboard, I'll give it that. They are not fun for Cardboard Slayer. But yeah, it seems like a good place to wrap it up. So I am going to sign off. Guys, I appreciate y'all being here. This was a lot of fun and educational. But yeah, like I said, I'll try to give y'all some more advance warning on the next one. I just wasn't sure whether or not this was going to happen today. But yeah, you guys have a great night, and I will see you again as soon as I can. Yep, y'all have a great night.